live here, hopefully. Fingers crossed this is going to work. As usual, give me a second. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Okay, let's turn this down. All right, 1 second. Okay, welcome. I'm just going to do a quick check to see if everything is running. I was having some issues with Twitch last time. I know that wasn't working out, so I'm going to probably, just won't stream to Twitch today. Twitter looks good. Okay. All right, let's just get into it. Okay, so this is episode 1 of a little series that I'm starting called GeoGuessr to 3D Render. I did an episode 00, which was like a pilot episode last week to see how this is going to work. Learned a lot. Sort of the second time I tried this. But here's the one from last week. We did the whole flow of this kind of from beginning to end, which I'll walk through in a second. We did basically a random location on GeoGuessr where we did a game of 5. We tallied up the points, we selected a location, and this was the one we picked, or this is the one we were given. So this is Paterno, Italy. Here is the street map view of the location we did, so you can kind of see it here. Cool little town in Sicily, actually. And if you kind of go in, probably lost our spot there. Let's just go back. Here, let's go. Where's my location? I can probably find it if I do this. Here it is. Hard on it. All right, so this was the random location we received. We were looking this way. This was the original view. I switched the date to an earlier version, which just kind of had better lighting. So on the right here is the actual location that we were given. And then over here is my 3D render. So I was pretty happy with this overall. I think it looks pretty decent. Bunch of issues though, just got to ran into that I had to work through and kind of create a better system. Hopefully this will work for this one. But that's basically how the episode 00, the pilot worked. And now we're going to get into a brand new one. So the way this works is we're going to play a round of GeoGuessr. We're just going to do a standard game on a standard map or standard classic map for the entire world. So technically we can get a random location on Google Street View anywhere in the world. And then what happens is there's a game. The game goes 5 rounds, and I'm going to guess where the location is. You get points in GeoGuessr, so you receive points depending on how close you are. I'm going to take those points. I'm going to put them into this wheel of names to randomize the location based on a percentage of how close I was to the actual location. So if I guess closer, there's a higher probability that I'll get the location. If I guess further away, there's a lower probability. We do the randomization. I get 1 veto. So in the weird event that I just get a location, there are some locations that I just think are just not going to be interesting for this at all. Mostly these are just like empty fields with, no terrain, no buildings, nothing of note. And I just think for the sake of this being, somewhat interesting for me to render or to model, I have a chance to veto. But I only get 1 veto. So if I land in a location, I choose to veto it. The next spin of the wheel is going to pick the location. I'm not going to have 2 vetoes. So that's how this works. We go through the process, and at the end, I render, or I actually do a 3D model of the location based on real world data. I have a whole process that I kind of follow to do that. I'll kind of explain it, talk about it as I go. But we have some fun and see how close I can get to creating a 3D render of these locations. And I am, again, very nervous. Just it's intimidating to start a stream like this and have no idea what we're going to render. There could be this one was as basically a city block as you can get. Obviously we didn't have super tall buildings, but we had a lot of detail we had to add in. It was very technically challenging. It could be a remote landscape. It could be anywhere. There were some really interesting ones last round. The last thing is building wise, location. No, I think that's it. We're just going to go for it. I have a 2-hour limit in my head, but I learned last time it's just not likely to be possible in 2 hours. So the way that I'm going to do this is I'm not going to put like a time limit on it per se, but it is 7 o'clock Pacific time for me right now. It's going to be one stream. So if I go and I don't have it done, the stream is over. That's the end. I'm going to try to finish whatever I start on this one stream. So that's my goal for this one. That's it. I'm wasting time. So let's get right into it and pick a location and let's see what we're going to 3D model on this episode. So here we go. Okay, so let's start with GeoGuessr. I do no move, so I can't. Oh, that's what I was going to explain. I cannot move in the GeoGuessr, so I cannot change the perspective here and move the map forward or back. But what I can do is I can pick the composition from this scene. So if I technically wanted to model it like that, I could. I could model it. Basically, I'm not going to model it straight down, but I can model it any way I want. So if there's something interesting, I have control. But in this case, I just took the straightaway view. I think just looking, straight down here. Okay, so here we go. Let's kick it off. So I go no move, and we're just going to start the game and see what happens. So let me switch this view to, we'll go Blender, we'll go Chrome Large so you guys can see this. We'll turn off this one. There we go. I think this should be good. Okay, location number 1. And I don't really give myself a time limit on these. I just sort of go for it. Sometimes we kind of talk about it. I like to kind of talk a bit about the 3D renders as I do this, just because, looking at these ones, I could do this. I could do these apartment buildings. Not really a lot that interesting. The building is something. Kind of a cool little dip down here would be a little bit challenging. But the problem is when there's a lot of buildings, it's just tough. So I'm not particularly excited about this one, but in terms of the location, it definitely looks like Europe to me. I saw, what did I see? Okay, so let's look at this. I got to learn languages. As that would be like either like some type of Eastern European. So definitely European, driving on the right side of the road. If I could just, it's so stupid. I should have done this after. This looks almost like Russian. I feel like having done this a couple times now, the number one thing that is useful would be knowing, just like even just the basics of how a particular language is written. All right, I'm going to say, I'm almost thinking, it's like almost thinking Austria, Slovakia, it's like somewhere, maybe even. All right, I'm just going to go kind of in the middle here and see what happens. Okay, yeah, I should have got it with Russia. So that is amazing the amount of street views that come up from Russia just because of just like the sheer amount of land. But yeah, there you go, random location here in Russia. So not a great score on that one, but that's not the worst thing in the world. All right, let's rock the next one. Okay, super boring. Last round we did this, we got some awesome locations. We got a blurry spot here. Right side of the road, Jeeps. This is North American. This has got to be US or Canada. Garrett C. Place. Guy wearing a mask. The signs are. I'm in Canada, so I usually recognize this stuff. It's not a huge. Oh, that's U.S. Postal Service. So, okay, so we've got U.S. for sure. Where in the United States is this? East Coast. See if we get any hints here. AutoZone. Those not. I don't know how those are numbered. Barking 3 a.m. I can almost see an area code there. Does that look like a 4? Maybe a 4? I don't know. I don't recognize that. DirecTV. Let's see if we get anything on this car. Nope. I think, random. It's a .co website. Garden Palace. I'm just going to pick somewhere. I mean, I'm going to say East Coast. I feel like almost, I'm tempted to go like somewhere like North Alabama. Yeah, I'm going to go here. Oh, wow. That's just outside of New York City. No kidding. I don't know if there's any hints on that one that I could have picked up. Where town is that? New Jersey. Just outside of Newark. Okay, so that's just about the same as the Russia one. Pretty far away. So not doing so good. Not nearly as good as I did last time. All right, number 3 is up. Okay. Abandoned building. My worst nightmare for 3D modeling. Oh, interesting. Japan. Feels like Japan. They're on both the left and right side of the road. Okay, I can almost look at this. It's the left side and right side of the road. Somewhere in Asia. Ford. I think. Mitsubishi. Can't see if I can see the. See where the so they're driving on the left side of the road. Japan's left side. I'd say the other thing. So number 2 is just getting a list of where people drive on which side of the road. And just memorizing that. Like I would say Japan here, but it's. I mean, it could be. No writing, basketball court, air conditioners. From a modeling standpoint, this is not, again, not exciting at all. So we're 0 for 3. I don't even know what I would do here. I'd probably just do like that kind of bit of the road and then focus on this building. It'd be a nightmare. I'd probably cut off part of that building. Maybe go like that. Yeah, that would be probably the shot. Not exciting, but I don't know if I want to go Japan or if I want to go. Something about this is messing with me. This isn't. No, this is not Japan. What am I talking about? Palm tree. I'm gonna end up being way off on this. I just think this building just got me. It's not clean enough to be in Japan. South America, maybe. Nothing on that truck. I don't even have the slightest clue on this one, honestly. I'm leaning towards South America now. I'm gonna pick a random location in Colombia. Fuck, that's not even. Oh, geez, that's in the West Bank. Was that in the West Bank? Wow. I mean, that's way off. Way off. 11,000. That's a tough one. I swear, you wouldn't believe on the last one, I was like a couple 100 kilometers off. Okay, that's number 3. Let's go number 4. Let's hopefully get an interesting location here for a 3D model. Okay. This is like a little bit on that kind of realm of just, you know, random location. Trees like this are awful for modeling, especially in Blender. I've been using Blender for these. I can switch over to Unreal Engine, but I don't know how comfortable I would be. So this guy's coming down the left side of the road. This guy is coming down the left side of the road. This car is on the, looks like it's on the right side. Yeah, so there definitely is left side driving. This just could be, I feel like I recognize those things from the UK somewhere. This just could be, just could be some random spot in the UK. I don't know. I'm going to just roll the dice. Okay, well, I got the UK. So basically what's about to happen is I'm going to end up with that location because this is so much closer than those other ones for the randomization. So we'll see what happens here on the last one. Man, these locations suck. These locations suck. Oh, it's just, they're so uninteresting. Okay, some telephone poles. Stop sign. There's another left-hand drive. That's definitely UK. Industrial part. I don't know the UK well enough to make any kind of guess, but it's going to be come down to these two, I think. I mean, maybe somewhere near. Holy. Wow. That was. This might be the worst game of GeoGuessr I've ever played. That's stunning. Okay. Wow. So here's how this works. I bring up the points. So here's how the point system goes. I got to just do a little bit of math on this to remember it. So I scored 8,106 points. So basically we're going to break this down as percentages of that. So what I would do here is like, this would be, let me think of this. So if it's 10,000 points, 4,000, that's 42%, 16%, 21. And then these are basically like nothing, 0.1 or they're going to round down to basically nothing. I could do it as kilometers. Can't remember what I did last time. So if I did a calculator and I just said, say 9426, 23,809, 39. No, we'll do it as points. How did I do this last time? 9426 divided into 23,809. That's 39% of the kilometers. But I want the reverse. How did I do this last time? Do they reward points in GeoGuessr for the speed? 1681 divided into. How did I do this? 18106 divided by 4269. So 52%. Okay, so if I do it in kilometers, 236 divided into 23,809 is basically less than that. And if I go these percentages are going to be crazy on that second one. I'm just looking at which way would have potentially a little bit better as a percent, just to make it a little bit more interesting. Because points is just no points on this, huge points on this, but from a kilometer standpoint, it's pretty crazy as well, that 11,000. So if I do 1 minus, can I just do this on 1 minus 236 divided into 23,809. I don't know if no, that won't let me do it. Okay, 4269. I think points might be better. 52. Okay, so I'll do it like this. I'll just take it as points. So let's just go in the order. So 1681 divided into 8106 is 0.20. So we'll just round it to 20.7%. So 20.7. Okay, so 79%, 0.3 for the first one. So we'll go up here. We'll do this. So this is 79.3 for this one. See if I get this right. What am I doing? My brain is not thinking about this right. No, I did it right. 1681 divided by 8106. 20.7%. I'm not overthinking this. Okay, 20.7. And then for the next one, we've got 2144 divided into 8106 is 26.4. 26.4. Next one. Okay, I remember how this works now. So I just have to do it as, I think I can just put the total points. 1681, 2144. Okay, 2144. Yeah, that's it. 3 points. So funny. 3, 4269, 4269, and 9. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So our first location was, this is the first location, which is, we'll just say Russia. Second location was number 2. This was in West Bank. It's funny, I didn't get that kilometers. Wait, this isn't. No. Sorry. This is basically Newark, we'll call it. This was Newark. Yeah, I knew the percentages didn't make sense there. Okay, West Bank. Switch. Okay, location number 4. This one was Oxford. 2 in the UK, Oxford. And then location number 5 was, I thought it was UK, but it's Japan. And that one's the crazy. This is, we'll just say Japan. Okay. So this is what the wheel looks like. So as percentages, it's pretty crazy. And basically we've got, pretty high probability on this one. The green one, which was Oxford. That's the number 1 by far. And then we got a decent chance at Russia, a decent chance at Newark. And then we've got no chance really at that West Bank one or the Japan one. So I'll keep my veto option. I'll do the spin right now and we'll see what this lands on. And then we'll come back and decide whether I'm going to do the veto and take a peek. So, hey, Rich, thanks for joining. Appreciate it. Going to just pick this location here and then take a quick break and then fire up the 3D modeling. So here we go with the probabilities in. Which location am I going to be modeling for this 3D render? Let's rock. Very as expected. Okay, so location 4 is Oxford. Let's go take a peek at this and see what I'm working with again. So that was this location here. This would just be horrific to do in Blender. Just like what I would do here is I would basically zoom this in. We would do that car. We'd have to get these massive trees, a little bit of grass on the side of the road. We'd probably just frame that like that. And that would be the 3D render. Got to be tempted to do that in Unreal Engine. This way is also kind of a cool shot, but it loses a bit of its... I mean, we could put that... We'd get the little road here, and then we would put a car here, or we'd keep this car, and then we'd have this sort of... these shadows on here. It doesn't quite have the definition of this one, although the lighting is a little bit better. Okay, and that's just a quick refresh on the other locations if I was to pick them. So it's only going to be the red. It's only going to be the red or the blue. So the Russia or Newark. So let's just go take a look at the Newark location. Just see if it's worth doing the veto. No, this is one's disaster. I don't want to touch that. And then our Russia location would just basically be this building. No, I think we're going to do it. I just get a chance to decide here which to go. Whether we're going to go with, hey, Nikhil. I think is Nikhil? Let me get my chat up here so I can actually see the names. I think it's Nikhil. Tell me if I'm pronouncing that right. Rich, Nikhil, how you guys doing? Okay, I think we're going to go for it. I was nervous about this happening because I wasn't ready to do a tree location. So we're going to do this one in England. That's the one that we came up with the map. And we're going to either do this composition or this composition. So I got to take a quick 5-minute washroom break. I'll come back. Let me know whether you guys think I should do this view or this view down the road for the render. And we'll get started here in a couple minutes. All right. Be right back. All right, we're back. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna do this in Blender. I'm locking in on Blender. I know Unreal Engine will do probably a much better job at handling the scene with a lot of trees. But truthfully, Unreal Engine is always a trap for me because I want to get into it. And like, I'm pretty decent in Unreal Engine, but I just am not as good as I am in Blender. And I think for just a still render, even if I just don't think it's gonna, there's enough of an advantage of this. I think we can handle it. It's a pretty straightforward scene. Okay, so the first decision is going to be which location we're going to go with this. So definitely not going to shoot this way. Definitely not going to shoot this way. I think it's this. I honestly think with some better lighting in this scene, I feel like this is like kind of a cool composition. You know, we can get a little bit of a zoom here. Let's just check out a couple more dates and see. Yeah, so same thing here. It's a little bit of a cleaner shot. There's one from May. Oh, some nice flowers going down here. Yeah, just it's not. It's just not. I could zoom it right in and clean that up, and it'd be kind of cool with a car coming through here. But it's just, there's nothing noticeable here that would be interesting. Whereas this way, it's definitely different with these trees. So that's 2009. That's really nice, I think. A little bit more. So this is in September. This looks like they came through and cut the grass. I think we go with this. I think we go with maybe a combination. We include the car from here and include this sort of scene. I wish I could get kind of a mid zoom. We could maybe get away with this and do these grass fields. Okay, let's get started on this and see. Let's see what we get to. So I'm going to flip this over here. I'm going to bring up Blender. There we go. And we're going to get a new scene. Start it up. And then I'm going to do a good job of organizing this thing for the first time. So first of all, where are we with this? Cuckoo Lane. So let's close these ones. Let's just bring this up. Yeah, this is kind of nice. We zoom this out. So closest place to this. Okay, so give me a second here in Blender just to get my file organized. Projects, GeoGuessr. Okay, so we're going to call this one Cuckoo Lane. So this is how do you spell cuckoo? Cuckoo Lane. Cuckoo. I don't even know how to spell cuckoo. Cuckoo Lane. All right. Cuckoo Lane. Just set up my little folder structure here. Sorry, you won't be able to see this. To working 03 output. Okay. All right, I've got a file. All right, so what I'm going to do is make myself a little checklist here. We'll bring this down, bring this up, and we'll go text editor. And we'll do a new text, and we'll say Geo Creator episode 01 Cuckoo Lane. Okay. So yeah, I just kind of do this to keep myself organized. Hey, Aquatic. Sorry, I don't have. Still having trouble with this chat. Let me see if I can get the chat fired back up again. It's not working. Oh, there it is. Maybe. I can't see you guys. See you guys on the chat on screen, but that's it. Aquatic Goat. Is it Aquatic Goat? Yeah, Aquatic Goat. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining. Okay, so Geo Creator episode 01 Cuckoo Lane. So this is basically our scene. So the way that I do this is I'm going to grab this exact location. Okay, location. I'm going to try to do this as systematically as I can. I'll grab this link. Maps. Can I get like a short link potentially in Google Maps for this? It's basically Oxford. Oh, it's outside of Oxford. Okay. I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, there we go. So there's our maps location. All right, so basically we're going with this date. I don't have anything closer. This is June 2022. I don't know if there's a way to get a closer date, but we're going with essentially this big tree, background trees. That. So I just kind of make a bit of a to-do list for myself on this thing before I get into it. So step one's going to be get terrain data. Then we're going to do it like this. Get roads. And then create composition. And then I think the way that I'm going to do this one is I'm going to just create this like with proxies first. And I got to think of how I want to do it because there's really no terrain. There's basically grass here. There's a bit of a field over here. We're going to go kind of this wide, I think, composition. So we'll probably do it something like this. So we get this tree, we can see a bit of that. And then we'll get this sort of background trees, which will be interesting to get those looking okay. And then the road. And back up if I can't, if I've just run into issues, I can zoom it in 1 or 2 and get kind of like that more zoomed in view. So I really need these 2 trees. So I think I'm gonna try to set up proxies, which is just basically get myself like organized with like where I'm bringing in the trees in the background, where I'm bringing in the side grass, where I'm bringing in the trees, just sort of get that organized. And then I'm going to source the foliage. So grass, we'll go through the list, the grass, the trees, the background. And then we'll get a matching HDRI, which is the sky. We'll just get something that looks very close. And then we're going to set up lighting with the proxies. So before we get the trees, we'll just make sure our lighting works right. Like in particular here, we want to get like the shadowing coming across. So sun is straight up. Looks probably like mid-afternoon. And then we're going to go we'll get work on the create the road material, which is basically just getting this material. It's pretty basic, but what I think I want to focus on here is maybe seeing if I can get something nice to sort of indicate like this cut. You know, you can see in some cases the grass is overgrown. In other cases, the actual sidewalk is cut off, or the road is cut off. And then we've got the, you know, the little bit of dirt. I think that detail would be kind of a nice thing to focus on here. And then I think after that, we will add a vehicle. So we'll get a vehicle, and then we're gonna replace the trees. Final composition render. So it's pretty simple. Like it's just scaring me because it's a simple steps, like compared to the last one, which was insane. But truthfully, getting foliage like trees to look good in Blender is like not fun. But let's get it started. All right, so we're going to delete everything. We're going to go into our GIS. I've been experimenting with some of these things, so bear with me. OSM data. Okay. So we're going to go get our location. And what we're going to do is we're going to drop in. No, we can't do that. We are going to just go find it. So where were we? Outside of Oxford? Just southwest of Freeland. Okay, so we're why am I having so much trouble finding this? So leave Oxford. Oh, is this like really outside of Oxford? Before Whitney. I think my brain is broken. Freeland. How did I lose that? Okay, there it is. Okay, let's try to find Freeland. Okay, there's Freeland. Okay, so from Freeland, it was just down this little road in that bend. There it is. Jeez, that took way too long. Okay, so Tanner's Hill Clump. So looking at this scene, the nice thing is from a terrain standpoint here, there's no mountains, there's no elevation, there's nothing to really get. So I just need like a nice small area. So I'm going to get the rectangle and I try to get this down to a decent size. So not being 100% which way we're going to go, I'm just going to kind of center it. And we probably all bring this all the way down to like 2.5 kilometers. I don't think any of this is going to matter. Actually, we should think about this a little bit. So we're going to want these trees in the background. So we might as well just get the terrain for them. It will help. So let's just get a feel for how far these trees are away. So we're going to go away down this road. So they're really close. We're already kind of at that tree line. And if we take a zoom out and take a look at this, so here's our road. I somehow messed that up. Oh, we got the look. Okay. Okay, so here's our location right here. So basically, we are looking at, I guess, this tree line. Potentially these tree lines over here. So I think I kind of just want, definitely there's nothing past this road. So I'm going to kind of block that in. So I'm going to go down to, where is that road? I swear to God, I'm just like brain dead today. There's our spot. The road ends here. This tree line is basically this side of it. If worst case, so we really just want to this bend in the road. So if we drop our guy back here, interesting, we got a biker now, so to drop it to here. So there's our location, right? We can't get a street. So we almost need these two maps. So that tree line is that. I just was trying to get a feel for what that tree line might have been. So it's basically this here at that spot. So yeah, we're talking before. Yeah, it's nowhere. It's nowhere. And then that one's even further away. Okay, so if we're looking at our bend, this is our location. Let's go to 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. That'll be nice to work with. All right, 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. We'll say right there. Okay, so this is our area of interest. So we're going to copy our coordinates. We're going to drop these coordinates up here. We're going to save this because I haven't, and I do this every time. Text, save as. I'm just going to drop this into my folder. I call this Lane. There we go. Hey Ron, how are you? Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Okay, let's go get some data. So we're going to paste this in. We're going to go out and we're going to get the terrain data first. And there it is. So you can see very flat, really nothing here. We're going to go ahead and get our image overlays. So we're just going to grab the, we'll grab the street data, and I'm just going to have to do a quick pause on the screen here because it shows my API key. So we're just going to grab that. Not that I think you guys would steal my API key, or my access token key, but just to be safe. So right now we're downloading, basically we're downloading satellite imagery and street map imagery so we can like geolocate this. And the only reason we do this is because it takes all the guesswork out of composition and where things are in the scene. This was something that got brought up last time. I'm just going to turn the brightness up on this. Got brought up last time on the stream, which was, things like, what is that tool? There's a Blender tool for like matching a composition of a photo with Blender. Can't remember what it's called now. And I've used it before. It's super useful, but the truth is it's not what I need for this particular project, because what happens is, if you're looking at our scene and we're looking at our street map view, right? We can just bring this up to full screen for a second. So like we're looking at our street map view and we're trying to recreate this. Let's get our location again. We went a little bit far away. Let's get our location back here. I swear to God. It's like something's messing with me on this. This was where we originally landed. This was the shot. And then I switched it to here. Now, why is it blurry all of a sudden? We're further down. This was our shot. There we go. Oh my God. Okay, so yeah, we get our composition here, where those trees are in the background, where these trees are, where the road is, how wide the road is, any elevation change. It's just, this is the right way to do it. And you've seen from the previous one, it ends up being pretty much spot on. Okay, so let's bring this back so you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm going to go back to Blender, put this in the corner. So I went out and got some satellite imagery. So you can see here, we've got, something that we can work with. We've got our map. And if we compare that map to this one, you can see we basically got the same thing. So here's our location right here. And we're going to do is we're going to line up this composition so that we have everything right. Now, just so I have this, so I have a couple options. This is going to be just called material satellite. And then if I should be able to, this should be streets. And I should be able to switch this. Yeah. So you can see this is, the same thing. Just gives us the street view. But really the satellite one is what we want. So we'll assign that. And now we have actual terrain. And you can see there is a bit of elevation change here. It's not a lot, but there's something. And at least we have a little bit of room to work with. So I'm going to just go into the shader and I'm just going to add a bit more roughness to this. We won't really use this at all, but it's just useful for me in terms of getting the composition. So again, if we're going to line this up and just be 100% sure, if we're looking at our location from the top and we're kind of comparing this hodgepodge of different locations I have, if we look at here, this is the composition that we want. So we're going to try to locate our exact position. So we're probably here. I wish I could get, honestly, I wish I could get satellite view here. This is annoying. that I can't. Maybe this is an option. No. See, you got to be careful with that because now that's not what I wanted. And what it does is it resets the date. That's what we want right there. I don't know how to change, if there's a way to change this down here. But let's just double check. So we're going to go into here. We're going to take a look at the tree situation. We're going to do our best to compare. It's so hard to know this for sure without looking at the satellite view. I think we're looking at this tree set right here. So I think we're past these. So this is kind of worth, yeah. So if we go down to the road, we see we hit this road here. We've got a set of trees. We're going through those trees. This is what messes me up because then it flips to June. So if I flip back over to here and take a peek, we've got a set of trees here, and then we've got a set of trees here. So I'd say pretty confidently we're looking at this set of trees right here, which would put our location basically here. And we can just do this as a confirmation. If we flip to Street View, we flip around to there. Yeah, we got it. And then if we change our dates, there's our location. So that sums it up for me of where we are. We are basically right here, somewhere underneath. Double check my GPS. Looks good. All right. So now basically what I want to do is just create the camera. Again, we're going to say that we're probably right about here. And then I can kind of come down here and we're going to add a camera. Add a camera. And we'll just go inside this camera here and we'll just sort of adjust this manually. So let's go location. So this is where, you know, there's not a lot here. We can just go with this view over here. It's not what I wanted to do at all. Okay, doesn't look like much. Unfortunately, the challenge here is more in the fact that we just don't have a lot to work with in terms of like references for the actual scene. It's basically trees. But we're gonna now go get our street data. So we're gonna go into OpenStreetMaps and we're gonna grab 2D data, and we don't have any buildings. I'm gonna see what kind of stuff comes in for trees. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's see what we get for trees here. Yeah, let's find out. Okay, so basically this is our composition here, pretty locked in. And then we'll adjust this as we sort of build out the scene. So, okay, so first thing I'm noticing is the roads that came in are pretty wide. If I just sort of hide show these, I would say that they're too wide for this scene. So we're going to adjust that. The road widths and stuff come in based on like kind of averages for, it's not necessarily accurate. So we'll just adjust this road to match the satellite data. But now you can kind of get a feel on the left for composition here. If we switch back to our view, you can see that we're definitely too low. That's not what I wanted. You know, so we'll probably be something like this. Again, this is left-hand drive, but it looks like this is pretty much from our previous images. This is like barely enough for 2 cars to get through. And we may actually bring in a car early on to get the dimensions right and just so we kind of see the composition. But you can see now we did this before. See if I can do it. What I did was, how did I do this? I think I put an empty. Nope, that is not what we did. How did we do that? Keep this at 90 for now. Keep this even. I say it looks pretty good. So now, we'll adjust like the focal length and stuff of this camera. I had a whole episode here with Google Street View trying to kind of wrap my head around this. That there is no, because you're basically dealing with a 360 photo, I don't think there's a way to match the focal length of the camera. But I think we're probably wanting to be somewhere in between this one and this one, so we can kind of get both these trees in. All right. Okay, so we got our terrain data. We got our roads. Did we get anything else? So what did this give us? This gave us forest data for here, which is not helpful. Pass, track. So it's just this. So we're going to basically get rid of all that. We don't need it. I don't think we're going to need the profiles because I'm going to set the width myself. Let's do that now. I can't remember how they do this. So you can kind of see here that the satellite view, really falls apart at height without any height. But generally speaking, although it's super covered here, it's pretty accurate to the road. It looks like it's shifted. It's so hard to tell with this satellite data. To me, maybe it's shifted. Oh no, it's pretty close. It is shifted a little bit to the left. So we'll just shift it over here to match. Again, it's more likely to be in the right location than the satellite data, but for our purposes, it's a little bit easier. And then we'll say the road is something like that. So this looks pretty good to me. The only thing would be just probably get this. Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, so what we're gonna do is just put a new collection, call it archive, which is just stuff we don't need. We don't really need these weight profiles. We don't ever really need the terrain envelope. It's just sort of there. I'm gonna shut this off. We're gonna say OSM roads, and we're gonna bring this up into here and bring this into here, and we'll say new terrain, and we'll say camera. Okay, so camera 01. And then what I usually do is just take a copy of this, just because it tends to always, you sort of always end up moving your camera when you don't need to. So I'll just put this into the archive so we have a copy of it. And I think this looks good. So I'm going to just do a first version save incremental. And we have our composition set up. Okay, so for the purposes is, I think I'm going to bring in the HDRI right now, even though I said I was going to do this separately. I'm going to just bring up this matching HDRI because I think it'll just, there's nothing else in the scene. I think it'll just help stage everything properly. So what I typically do here is I'll use different lighting at the end, but definitely to kind of get the clouds just kind of matching, I'll usually go to an HDRI here. And you can't see this, but I've got like a directory of my own HDRIs that I use quite often that I've gotten from all over the place. So I'll just sort of look for some of kind of a mid-cloudy day and just see how they look on the scene. And yeah, we'll slowly work our way into finding one that works. You know, there's sort of like what the sky looks like versus what the lighting is going to be on the scene. So this is definitely too wispy. So this is not going to work. This is probably going to be too stormy. No, definitely need a clearer sky. Okay, what else do I got here? You know, one of the challenges with these things is that, like, most of the time you're dealing with, you know, you want to have like a sunrise style HDRI because just the lighting looks better. But I am trying to do this as close to the actual scene as I can to start. So, field sunset, field mountain, sunset, everything sunset, sunset, sunset. Sunflowers. Let's try this one. It's getting a little better. This might be pretty good for a reference. It's not perfect, but it's pretty close, right? Okay, so let's see what's going on from a sun standpoint. So again, kind of one of the trickeries here is like, if you're looking at this and you say, where's the sun, right? So the sun in this scene is right here, which is actually matches, which is perfect. So see the sun there versus the sun here, which means we don't have to mess with the lighting too much. Because what you'll see, like you'll see when we start to put objects in, that the shadows are going to cast nicely across here. If the sun is not in the right position, then you get into having to trick it, where you would have, you know, a different image for the HDRI versus different image for the lighting, and it just gets a little bit messy. So I think we're in a good we're in a good place with this one. So we're going to flip this to random. Yeah. Okay, so I'm happy with that. We can obviously go later and potentially, but like I would say this is 90% of the way there with the lighting. We can obviously tweak the colors and all that stuff, but it's pretty good. So I'm not going to go too crazy stressed about this. All right. So let's say we're going to matching HDRI. Okay, so proxies. So there's a couple ways I can do this. This is going to be a game of scattering. So what we've got is we've got essentially a row of grass, long grass. I would say a second row of grass that is not as cut, different contrast in color. Then we've got a field, and then we've got this field, and then we've got our background. So couple options. One is I could go to this view and I could just use this, and I could create essentially masks over top of this based on these spots. So really what I care about is this whole field. There is obviously a spot here, but I think it doesn't seem right to me. No, actually, maybe it's just a perspective thing I'm messing up. This could be this tree line here. Could be this. This tree's kind of yeah, it probably is. Let's go. It's where we need like a backup Google map. So let's go on a little trip on Google Maps. This is where the different images from different dates really messes you up. Okay, we'll go to this date. So we're here on Google Maps. Yeah, I would say it's that right there, those trees. I'm just going to try to get to this tree line that I'm seeing. Yeah, that tree line there, and let's see how far we are. So we're halfway to that turn. I mean, again, it could be. I don't think they would have planted trees. I'd say that's probably that. And then this side could be further, but it's hard to say. All right, so basically what we can do here is I can take, we can mask this out. So I can do basically like vertex painting on this to map out the areas. I could do a texture paint to map out the different colors. Or I could do... Okay, let's take a look at this. So I'm just going to go to the scattering. I use GeoScatter almost exclusively for this stuff. So I've got, I don't think I'm going to use biome. I think I'm going to use probably some type of manual. And then I have, if I do a full manual, let's just go grab some. I know I have some low poly trees. Let me find out, where did I put those? I think it's here. Yeah, let's use these. So we're just past this tree, so we might be a little bit we might be a little bit yeah, so it'd be something like that. And then so if I was to scatter these just for fun, if I was to go into here, let's do a save incremental before we mess with this. So I've got a bunch of options if I was to scatter this stuff. So if I do path, I can just, hit that with the grass all the way down. I don't know if I've got ways to kind of limit this, but I could pretty much bring grass all the way down there. The field could be, I would want to do a curve. I'm just wondering if maybe doing curves across the board would be easier. Oh yeah, so there is lasso fill, so I could do this. That's probably going to crash it. What was a mistake? All right. Well, there you go. That's what scattering too many trees looks like. So you have to do when you do this is you have to hit the density and you got to bring it way down. So again, lasso fill. Basically, this would be for our plants like that. I think I could do the whole thing in this, in a manual scatter. I think that's going to be the way to do it. I wouldn't even mess around because I can paint it. I can move stuff. I think this is better than anything else. Okay, so what I want to try to do right now is I'm either going to do the proxies now and then just have it all in and get it organized so I know this is what I want, and then replace the proxies with the proper plants, because once I start doing that, it's going to get rough. But I also need to source the plants. No, let's do it this way. I'm going to make a list. So for foliage, what do I need? I need, number one, I need basically so I need 3 trees. Those are our main ones. 2, I need long grass right. I need long grass left. So basically that's that, and this is that. This one is going to have a line down the middle. This is, I would say this is the same as this. I'm going to say this here is basically the same as this. It's a couple different plants in there mixed, but I would say those look pretty close to me to being the same, and we can do some research on what they are. So we'll do this sort of long grass right, and we'll say shrubs, and this is left and right. And then we're going to need our basically our green field. And we're going to need our dry field. And then we need background trees, which I'm going to say these are pretty much the same. So we're going to need 6 background trees big, background trees small, right? So what we're going to do is, if I just grab a screenshot now of this, let's close this up. Let's go back to the date. Let's close this guy down. So I'm going to grab a screenshot. Grab another one. Okay, so what do I want? This one here. All right. So let's go full screen on this. And we want basically this and that. So it'd be nice to have. So hard to see, but I know what it is. So 1, 1, 1, 2, 2. This is 2. This is 3, 3, 3, 4 back here. 5 on this side, although it doesn't look like a 5. 6 is these big trees here and here. 7 is that. So just so I don't lose track of what I'm doing. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to do a manual scatter, and I'm going to use proxies for all of this. So I'm going to go in the asset browser, and I'm going to just try to use anything that I have and see if I can tune it. So let's go with the one I think is going to be the easiest first. So not being sure. So this is actually kind of useful. So if you grab the camera like this and sort of bring this out, I'm going to guess that this is not even going to be in camera. It's going to be all this stuff back here just because we've got a narrower resolution. So I don't even think we're going to get anything on here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into manual scatter, and I'm just going to look for something to represent the grass. It's too bad I don't have a... I should just put like a bunch of... Do you know what? We can do this. Proxies. You're going to need a lot of grass here, so we're just going to call this grass dry. green. So I may be going totally overkill on this, but this is just what's kind of burned me in the past, is not having a process, kind of figured out. Right, so all I've kind of done here is just made a couple of just like very simple objects, just so I can get a feel for density when I do this. I just need one more, which is this. Going to duplicate this guy. Oop. And we'll set this to like an even darker green. And we'll make this even a little bit bigger. And we're going to call this, what is this one? 2. No, this is 3 shrubs. And this one is long grass right. Okay. Okay, and this is going to be tree 01, 2, tree 03. And then we'll grab one more tree. This guy's probably pretty good. Okay, we're going to call this one 6, background, tree, big. We'll duplicate it, bring it just a little bit smaller. We'll make this one kind of a dark green. We'll make this one a little bit of a lighter green. And we'll set the scale of this one. And we'll call this background tree small. Okay, 7. So what I'm basically just doing here is now I've got these little proxies that I'm going to scatter, and that way I can kind of just get a feel for the scene before I go and put the high, because once we start putting grass in here and trees, like this thing is going to it's going to be brutal. So I'm going to use all these proxies to do it. I think it's going to work. So we'll give it a try. So that's the setup proxy. You can add this, and we'll say scatter proxies, source foliage, and then we're going to do the road. So I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, grab a coffee, and come back. But yeah, we're going to do is scatter all these trees, all these little objects kind of across this terrain. So we have like this lined up with like, here's the grass, here's the trees, here's the tree line. We're going to kind of get this exactly the way we want it. And then once we have that, we can just sort of tweak the lighting to make sure the shadows and everything are coming across the scene in the right way. After we get that done, we can bring in a vehicle as a proxy, because I think we're going to use this one here, where there's a vehicle coming down the road. And then once we have that done, then we are going to source these trees. So we're going to go do some research on like what type of trees are in this area. We'll try to get as close as we can. If I can find an asset, have to buy an asset, we'll try to get the trees as close as we can to this. Getting these branches and stuff right, it might be difficult. I'm not going to like model these trees from scratch for this. So I think we'll try to get it as close as we can. And then once we've got those trees done, then I think all the focus would go on the road and kind of getting that texture right. And once that's all finished, the last step will be basically to replace the trees, and hopefully everything will line up nice and it will look good. If I get all that done, we'll have a version that looks exactly like this scene. And then what I'm going to do is I will then maybe potentially just tweak, like maybe we'll do a foggy version or a night version, or do like some type of a fun version if we have the time. So 5-minute break. I'll be right back, and we'll keep going. Okay. We're back. We're back. Testing, testing. All right, good. All right, yeah. Let's just rock this and see what happens. So we're gonna use a satellite view. So let's go in order. So we're gonna do geoscatter. We're gonna do viewport selection, field dry. See what happens. Okay, so we're trying to do lasso fill. Basically, we're gonna just must have planted a tree line here. That's the only thing I can think of. Let's just bring it to this. So one of the things that's going to be very interesting. Something's not right. These are maybe, that's what it is. So it did work. So this may actually turn out to be a problem. Let me just bring up the scale on this and so yeah, the issue with what I did is you can see what happened is I manually scattered these things and I did a couple of these areas, but now if I wanted to fix this, like if I want to change it, I have to go back into here and I would erase it. Let me just, oh shoot. Just thinking how much of an issue will this be? Versus if I do these other ones, I have to either call it by the vertex group, a color attribute, an image, Bezier area. Or I can do the whole thing with Bezier curves. The truth is that the Bezier is going to be the way. So, and I apologize for this being a little bit annoying, but the reason I'm kind of taking my time on this stuff is because I am trying to come up with a process that's usable, you know, over and over again for these scenes, right? So like in this situation, I'm thinking about what I want to do here, because see, if I do this, right? If I create curves all the way down the road, the thing that's nice about this is that it's very adjustable after the fact. I don't know how, you know, well it's going to hold up. Oh. What's the thing on a curve to... What's the thing on a curve to connect? Oh, is it just join? What does it hit? Hit F. Okay, that worked. Okay, so let's just do this as a little experiment, right? So we've got this this area, and we're going to call this 6 5 field dry. I also, the reason I like this approach, if this works, is because oh, I knew that was going to happen. So what just by creating that group, where's the actual objects that we put in there? I don't understand why that did that, but okay. So basically what I can do is if I pull in data from like OpenStreetMaps in the future, everything comes in curves, so it has boundaries for Ron, that's a good question. That's actually a really good question. That actually does feel like a great AI thing. Like, draw the outline of the trees and just let it create the branches to like the shape, because that's all we want, right? So we're just looking for like the basic outline of the trees. I lost my I lost my location now. There it is. Yeah, it's a really good question. I don't know. If you find one, let me know. I think I'll get the trees will be pretty close. I have enough tree assets to work with. But anyway, the point is that I have, like, sometimes there is boundaries and stuff you can use. So it'd be nice to just kind of have a system that's scalable for that. Okay, so I've got the tree in, I've got the emitter, and now I'm just going to pick the instance, which is going to be, can I do this with proxies? Okay, so what I have to do is go field dry, field dry, and I'm just going to say dry, so 6 field dry. So again, apologize, this is sort of seems like complete overkill, and it really is. It's just I'm thinking through how I would get this set up. Okay, so now I have this, and now if I pick the thing and I pick field dry, it should scatter all those instances. See that? So now we've got a ton of these things showing up here, and if I replace these with some type of a long grass, it's going to look pretty good. Now I can go ahead and change, whatever I want over here. I'll be able to change the scale. I'll be able to change rotation. We can really kind of go nuts here, and it's non-destructive. So for now, we'll just keep it like this so we can see it. I think we can change the density. Yeah, there's the density. So there's total count. There's that. So if we change this to 0.3, the total amount, okay, this is perfect. So this is going to be 5 field dry. And then we'll see how this ends up working, because we can do all sorts of stuff with like camera culling now. So we can say, yeah, so we can reduce the density. We can do camera culling. So see, now we actually don't have them outside of the camera. Yeah, I think this is the way to do it. And I think just for temporarily, so I can kind of see what I'm working with, I'm going to bring this up to a bit bigger. Okay, so there you go. There's our grass. All right, that's how we're going to do this. So let's go about this the same way. Now that we've got that curve, we can just duplicate it, bring it over here, and we'll just do really wasn't necessary to duplicate that, to be honest. In fact, it probably just made my life more difficult. I don't know if there's an option to sort of fill. Yeah, see, there's an issue there. I mean, this doesn't have to be perfect, but you can see just by doing this, we have a lot more freedom to kind of line this all up with the camera. Make sure that when we're looking at it, things like this don't happen. Okay, I think this one's good. So this one is what, 6? No, this is 4. Field green. Okay, so now here's the test. So if I go into here and I say, let's take this. And what I want to do is I want to duplicate this. Okay, I should do a save. Okay, so now this one is going to be field green. And this is number 4. And the difference with this one is that we're going to just change the Bezier to the field green Bezier, and we're going to change the object to our field green. Just we're going to call this 4 field green. We'll see if this system is going to hurt me or help me here. How long have been going for? 2 hours. Okay. All right. So this is field green. And if I turn this on with any luck, there we go. So just to kind of double check this. So we're in like a material preview right now. So you can see the difference on this side and this side, but if I go into the actual, our actual thing and we check this is our proxy. So basically these ones are white. And then if we go in to field green, we can add a new material. I call this material field green, and we'll make this a nice green color. And then we're going to figure out if this is actually working. I don't think it is. So field dry. Oh, because I didn't change it, right? So if I go back to field green and I go to here, I have to change this to field green. Oh, it's doing its own coloring. There we go. It works. Okay, so there's green in that. All right, cool. So those are done. Let's do the bushes now. And this is where I think this is going to be an interesting idea experiment because it can do a couple things. Just have to keep an eye on this stuff, make sure it's not. God, it'd be so nice to, let's see if I can have an idea. Okay, there we go. That's going to help a lot. So because these are all currently snapping to, as long as there's enough for the elevation change, this would be a lot easier to see these things. Okay. So now we're going to do a boundary for the, we'll do a boundary for the plants. So let's just do a brand new one. Add curve Bezier. Bring it here. Get rid of this one. Let's do a straight one. Okay, so now we're gonna just bring in this plant layer on the outside. So I'm trying to think, do I need the boundary for this? Give me a second. Do I have an option? No, I think this is I think this is going to be the best way to do it. I'm still just going to stick to this plan. Okay, so this is the Okay, so this is for number 2. Actually, so this is interesting. So if I don't think I can do 2 of these things. I'm almost like wondering. No, it's not. Okay. Just to kind of document my thoughts here is like if you break down this sort of little area, we've got short grass, shrubs, right? And you could put the shrubs. This is going to get very, very annoying that every time I do this, I scroll back, I have to go here and switch this to that. Okay, so the problem is, so if you create like a boundary all the way down, basically between this and this, then what you end up with is this whole area being shrubs. Now you can go and tell it, don't put shrubs where the road is. It's like called an upward obstruction, or you can call it Boolean. It's basically the same thing, and that will block it from being on the road. But then if you want to also block it from being where the grass is, which is a separate item, then you either need another Bezier area, so I think it'll work. It's just I don't know performance wise whether this is going to cause like chaos to do it this way, but I'm going to give it a shot. I don't know if this is going to work, but here, what I'm going to try is I'm going to basically duplicate. Okay, so I'm going to basically duplicate these two, and I'm going to join them. And this is going to become long grass right. I'm going to get rid of this. Long grass boundary. Let's just get the music back. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is now I'm going to take this new curve, isolate it, and I'm going to basically, it's hard to see what parts of the curve, and basically going to bring this down here. Bring this up here. No, sorry, I'm going to just now get rid of this whole outside area. And I get rid of this whole outside area. So now we have, this is basically the inner one. I thought that was going to work. This may have been a bad idea. Yeah, this may have been a stupid thing I just did. Somehow I duplicated and totally messed up this. It was really unnecessary. I don't know if... Yeah, I don't know why I did that. That was really stupid. to chalk that up as a mistake. Let's just do it manually. Sorry, this is shrubs anyway. So we'll just turn on snapping. What I'm kind of banking on here is that, after before I do the proxy thing and I replace it, now hopefully this works. Okay, that worked. All right. So even though this is kind of like a little bit of a disaster in terms of, like, I can just manipulate it after to get it right. Okay, so let's give this one a shot. So we have our boundary. So what I want to try now is I want to try to get rid of this. I want to do another, oh no. Okay, I want to do another copy. I gotta start saving this more. Let's do another save right now. Paste system. 3 shrubs. 3 shrubs. Okay, so now if I turn this one on, it should be a duplicate of this. But what we're going to do is we're going to change it to our shrubs boundary, and we're going to change our object to our shrubs. Okay, not sure why that one's not working. Could be the risk of this causing chaos. Okay. So it is working. So something to do with this Bezier area. It didn't close somehow. Seems fine. Seems like a close curve. Oh yeah, that was something to do with it, obviously, but why? It seems so weird. I don't know if I quite understand what's going on there, but either way, I mean, it's just as long as it's above that, it's fine. Okay, so now what we've got is we've got the bushes, let's call them, right? They're scattered on here, so we'll probably bring this down a little bit and bring the density up. Right, so we've got basically bushes scattered on both sides. So what I want to try now is like we'll flip this and we'll say, let's do a call for also upward, and we'll do for the roads. Okay, so that cleared it from the road. And then, but we also need to do one for the other Bezier area. That's the part that I'm like, so you can't do two. Can't add more than one. All right, I'm going to do it this way. I'm just going to take this guy here, and I'm just going to duplicate it, and I'm going to just create the two boundaries. I don't know. Let's see what this is. I don't want to block this person, but okay, yeah, it's just this. Okay. Right. So again, precision here, we'll see. But basically, if we were to kind of line this up with what we're working with, is you can see that line, right? I don't know if actually, yeah, we can try an experiment here. I'm curious if we have those two curves and they're both, if they're both joined together, if they will represent like a single area. If that's the case, then this is going to be a lot easier. So what I'm trying to do here is, it's obviously not going to be, it changes up here, but I'm just trying to create somewhat of a boundary on the left side for the shrubs, right? Okay, and then this one here, which is going to be, it's best just to hide this guy. And then grab this one. And this whole side is shrubs, so we can basically bring this all the way along the road. And I'll probably think about this later and go, there's like a better way to do it, but I think the reason why I think this is the way I want to do it is it's non-destructive, and I know that I can make like global big changes after. Okay, so the question is, can I take these two, right? So I have shrub boundary 02 and 01. And the question is, can I just merge them together into one? And then for the shrubs, set to this, and then turn this on. Ah, it worked. Okay, so what did we get? We got shrubs on the right side of the road on a straight line all the way down with the gap, and we got them on the left side road. And, we obviously will tweak the settings once we have the real plants in here, but the nice thing is, again, I don't really know why this has to be so high above the ground, but it's easy to go in here now and tweak this, to bring this closer to the road as we need. Okay, looks good. And then we have one last one to do, which is going to be, so this is just can become shrubs boundary, and then this can change if it's not. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, one more. So turn this off. Okay, I'm going to try this again, which is probably a mistake, but let's duplicate this. And this is going to be long grass boundary. Okay, and then I do not know if there's like a way to do select. Can you do like a select? This is probably infuriating to watch, but Okay, so now we have the grass, and if this works, this is going to go right up to the edge. That boundary is basically going to be the same. And again, I think there's so many ways that I could have approached this. Like I could have duplicated the road and just sort of extruded out all the edges to both sides. I think if I was to do this again, I could definitely have a much better, quicker system. The real issue is, does this work? Okay, so now we have this boundary here. Of course, I probably edited the wrong one. I did. That's not a huge deal. So we got to change this to long grass boundary. This is shrubs boundary. This is that. Okay. So this one's long grass. This one is the shrubs. Go back to the shrubs, make sure it's set to that. Turn it on, make sure it's working. Looks good. Okay. Copy. The other thing that's kind of nice about this is if you can set up a syncing, so you could sync them. So if I want to make like global changes, I could do it. But here we go. So long grass is going to now be the long grass boundary, and we don't need the upward obstruction at all anymore, which is probably nice. And then we just need to change what we're doing to long grass. What was the difference between long grass and grass? Okay, they're literally duplicate. I should have done this in order, but okay. I feel like it could just be long grass. I don't know what the difference of that one is. That's the field. Yeah, get rid of that. Okay. All right, so let's just see if this comes in and this works. So we'll turn this one on. Okay, cool. All right, so now we can kind of organize these a little bit. So this is our dry field. This will be our kind of our dark field. We'll say the shrubs are, we should just change it to like a totally different color. All right, let's just turn these all on and see how this looks. Okay, so now all I really have to just do is, if I want to kind of change this material, good time for a save. Shrubs. Okay. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere until every single time I do that. Okay, so what do we got? So we've got camera culling on, so we're not adding any of these where we don't need them. We've got our grass over here on the right. We've got our grass over here on the left. We've got our shrubs down the side on this side. We have our shrubs here, and we have our 3 placement trees. So all that's left to do is just do a couple tree lines here in the background, and I think that'll do it. So we might as well just keep the same approach. We'll turn these all off, and we'll just do a boundary here for the last part. So I think we're gonna do these trees here for sure. There could be layers in here, but we might as well just do the bigger trees for this, and then this could be new growth. Like this could have been planted and just not where that is coming from. And then we'll figure out if we need like another tree line or something behind. But I think we can do one for this, this, and this pretty safely and just see how it looks. Okay, so okay, so let's make sure that everything lines up. So this is long grass, which I don't know how we turn this into the wrong numbers. But this is 2, shrubs is 3, green field left is 4, dry field is right. We're doing our background trees now. Our 3 trees are already there. Our long grass is fine. Okay, this looks good. Okay, so let's add another curve. We might as well just do circle. It's probably easier. Bring it out. Yeah, this is easier. Okay, so bring this in here, this in here, this in here, this in here. I don't think these harsh edges are going to be an issue, but we can always change it after. Okay, so now the question is, can I just take these like this and duplicate them to here? Duplicate them to here. And then bring this down and rotate it. I'm just kind of really curious whether so where is that? Is that a building? See that kind of blocked off area there? It's so weird because it's just blocked there, but oh, it's this. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so that's that right there. So which means that there's really no trees in between. So it's definitely not this. So there are some kind of shrubs here, but they're not on the other side, which is what's weird. Oh, it's this tree line here. So that's these trees here. And then there's a tree line behind. Okay, so these are definitely fine. And then we would have to go way down here. Okay, I think this is going to work. We're going to put trees here, trees here. We'll put some shrubs here just to see how that looks. And then we'll potentially have to put a tree line, like more trees on this side. But let's worry about that after. So let's just keep these trees in here for now. And we're going to say these are going to be our background trees big. 6. background trees. Big. Okay, and then that's our tree. Copy, paste, 6, trees, big. This is going to go to background trees big, collection 6. Okay. All right. I think this is the right amount to do for this. Let's go grab this and switch it to that. Okay. So back to here. Okay, so if we take a look at our system now and we turn on everything, let's see how this looks. So we've got field dry, field green, we got the shrubs down the side, we got this here, and we've got our background trees. Okay, so right away, let's fix the background trees to density is going to be 0.0, like much lower. 0.05. Okay, so let's take a peek back. I should not have moved this reference at all. Okay, so that's what it is. So basically we're going to have to just bring this tree line all the way down here as well. And then we're probably going to have to bring this tree line. Okay, I think this is doable. So let's turn these off. Okay, and let's go grab... Okay. So what we basically have to do, and we'll see if this breaks everything again. I'm hoping that this is going to do the trick. Oh. How did I just do that? Can you just face select these things? So I'm still not, oh, I can't. Okay. Got it. So how do I connect those? Cannot make segment Y. It's the same issue I was having before. There must be a rogue. That's what it is. Okay. there's just a rogue thing. Okay, and then this one over here, we can bring this back. All right, so if we delete the segment, and then we can bring this along the edge to here. We'll bring it out. We don't need a lot of the tree line. We probably need to here. And then hopefully this will connect. Okay, cool. So now if we take a look at that, that's what it looks like. And then just to see how that looks, we can bring up the okay, so again, questions here come down to really just the height of this. Okay, so I see there's a tree. So I don't know what's causing. That to not work. Oh, camera culling maybe? That's what it is. So it's not actually on the camera there. Or here, I guess, maybe, but this might be. I think I understand what's happening now. So my guess is that the camera culling system that they have, which is actually very clever, is set to below, is set to like to obstruction. So basically, if there's something in the way of where it is, it's blocking it. So maybe it was just blocking the trees there because of that. But if we look at this now, you know, kind of from the camera perspective up top, you can see it's just culling out the trees where the camera is, which is great, because I think honestly it's a good thing, because it just gives me flexibility later if I want to. So just prox skim, so basically turn it off. There they are. These are probably still to do with the height, maybe. I don't know why. Those wouldn't work, to be honest, but who knows? Yeah, I think this is going to work. Those trees feel a little bit close, but again, we're talking about like sizing here. Those trees look like they're going to be fine. We might need another layer behind. I think the density is way off. But that's just a situation of like the size of the trees and all that stuff, which is it's just representing right now. Okay. I think we're in good shape. So let's save as. All right. So my temptation right now, which is I'm gonna resist, is that right now we have this like nice light scene. You know, we're putting a bunch of points out here that's low polygons. We're not dealing with like we're good. As soon as I add trees to this thing grinds to a halt. So really what I should do right now is I should focus on the road, get the road right, and then if anything, like get a dirt texture onto this landscape that kind of makes sense, and then fill it in with, when the grass fills in, this will all look good. I am a little bit worried about that camera spot there. I wonder why. Let's fix that. So why would So let's bring this back down. So the question is, why does these things cutting off at that camera spot? I don't know, right? So we have that backup camera, so this is just a chance to kind of see, is it anything to do with the camera? No. So it has to do with this field green boundary. Something doesn't make sense to me. See, it's doing the same thing here. I don't know what that would be. Okay, well that fixed it. Yeah, I'll have to look into that after to figure out why those, like what the height has to do with it, but at least, okay, that looks a little bit better now. We've got kind of everything filled in. Okay. Turn off all these. Turn off all the boundaries. And I'm just going to change this to 1 primary, 3 trees. Okay, 3 trees, proxy. So don't know why they're not ordered, but oh, no. Doesn't matter. Okay, proxy's off. All right, so let's get this road right. So I've done this before. I don't want to overcomplicate this. I need to put the road spline on here. God, I don't even know if I need to. There's nothing on the side of the road. It's just a mesh. I think I'm going to just do this the simple way. So let's just, for fun, let's just take this road curve. There's only one road to deal with. Let's just take this road and let's just say, where is that spot right here? Let's just go to this view. Let's take this spot where this sort of opens up. Let's say here. And let's bring the road out a bit. Oh no, that's not it, sorry. Probably be this. That works. Idaho. Hello, Idaho. Yeah, thanks for dropping by. Hope I got your name right. Okay, so let's just take this road. Let's duplicate it before we do anything else. Oh, is it blacked out on Twitch? Thanks for telling me. I'm having issues with Twitch. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know if you'll be able to hear me, but I'm just going to put in the YouTube link. I'm actually going to, I'll kill that Twitch stream. Thanks for telling me that. For some reason, it's working everywhere else. It's just not working on Twitch. Thanks for dropping by. If you have YouTube, that's where I'm streaming. You can click that and go watch what I'm doing. Yeah, that's stupid. I got to figure out what that's going on with that. I should just kill the stream. I'll I'll do it in a couple minutes, just in case you're watching or listening. But there's the YouTube link, and yeah, I'll go over to this. Okay, so object, convert to mesh, and let's go take a look. So I feel like this is going to work, and I know that I haven't done this before, but I think I can do it. So let's just take this road, and let's just get rid of everything other than what we need. So it's just one long road, goes off until it hits this corner. We literally can get rid of this, and then let's invert, delete faces. Let's delete this last one too. Okay, now let's take this. Unwrap it. Let's take the first one up here. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll kill the Twitch stream. I got to fix that. I appreciate it. Come over to YouTube if you can. And yeah, I'll fix the Twitch for the next one. All right, I'm going to drop the Twitch stream now. Okay. So we're going to take this and we're going to just flatten this out. And then we're going to pick this guy. I think it's, what is it? It's UV. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Give me 1 second, Marvin. I'm trying to remember this. I think this is going to do it. We're going to find out. So Marvin, I'm doing Marvel Hero. My bad. Yeah, so basically what I'm doing is I'm doing a random GeoGuessr to 3D render. So I started out by playing a really bad game of GeoGuessr, it turned out. I had 5 locations. I tried to guess how close they were. This is what my actual guesses were. From there, I take like the points that I score on the guesses and I put it into a random wheel generator. So this guy here. And I do a random spin, and whichever location gets picked is the one that I actually do the 3D render of. So in this case, the random one picked this location just outside of Oxford that I was actually pretty, fairly close to in guessing. That location is basically this road. Well, it's this area right here of Oxford that we're currently in. And it's this road right here. And this is the location. So this is totally random. And I just kind of picked which composition I wanted. So I ended up going with this one here with the trees and the road. And now I'm trying to recreate it in Blender. So what I've got so far is I'm kind of going through a very systematic process because I've done this a couple times. And what happens is I get disorganized and the whole scene just gets too heavy. But basically what's happening is I've got all of, the road is set up exactly aligned with the satellite view in Blender. The camera is matched to the exact camera location here. I've got a basic sky in, and then I've got all these scattering groups set up. So all of these, they're basically proxies, are what's going to become these trees. So I have them all kind of lined up with the road and everything is kind of looking good. And then from here, what I'm going to do is fix the road, make the road look right, texture it, make it good. Once that's done, then I'm going to replace all these proxies with real trees. The scene's going to get insane. It's going to be slow, but basically I want to make sure it looks good. And then I'll render it out overnight and see how it looks. For reference, this is the last one I did. So I'll just show you the result. So this was the last 3D render that I completed. See if I can turn off the annotations here. So yeah, this was the 3D render, and I think from a location standpoint, it was this. So this was the Google Street View on the right, and this was the 3D render that I finished with at the end. So that was totally random, the scene. So it was kind of a totally, way different scene, obviously, like no real trees in this one. A lot of cars, a lot of street stuff. This one took a long time to do, a couple days. This one, I've been at it for 2.5 hours now. So I'm going to try to finish this one tonight. It doesn't look like I'm very far, but I think that most of the hard stuff is done. If I can get the road looking right and with a little bit of a terrain replacement here for some dirt, I think I'm going to be in really good shape. And then it just comes down to getting good tree assets and bush assets and dealing with what's going to be just super slow processing. Okay, so we're going to try it. We're going to do the road together right now and see how this looks. So buckle up and we'll see if I can get this road. Okay, so this should be this. I'm hoping this is going to be not as hard as it's been previously. So let's get rid of all these things. Yeah, it's Marvel. It's a lot of fun. It's a big learning curve, but it's definitely, once you kind of get the hang of it, it's definitely a lot of fun. Okay, so road mesh. So let's add a new material. Road. Let's get rid of this one. Okay, so I have my own shaders, and the way that I want to do this, let's just see what happens. Let's go shader editor over here. Object. Let's go asset browser. I don't know if using my kind of default material is a good idea or not, but we're gonna try it. Let's go back to that road. This may end up being needed, so I'm going to do this 2-layer. Okay, this is where it's going to get a little bit crazy. Okay. So this is my crazy material setup. I'm going to just try to layer in 2 textures, I think, just see how this ends up looking. Right away, I'm going to turn off, make sure displacement is off. Okay, it is. I don't think I'm going to need this, but we're going to try it. We're on UVs. Okay, so let's try the bottom layer. So let's go with, let's try this. Let's go with kind of a gravel. All right, so so I eventually bring these into Unreal Engine. So I've been trying my best to use Quixel bridge materials. Let me just see if I can add this so you guys can follow along. Getting road textures is kind of a disaster. I have them all over the place. Actually, you're going to just have to bear with me as I pull these in. So let's just try one for default. So I'm looking for kind of a rough road texture. I think I got one. I just want to see how this looks on here, and then I'm going to probably add another texture to kind of layer it in. We don't have any road markings. This should be pretty straightforward, but we'll see. Okay, so this is my bottom layer. I'm going to go grab my textures. It should be this one. Fingers crossed. Okay, so nothing happened there. That's fine because we're not using a vertex paint. So let's go into vertex painting. There we go. Okay, so now, there we go. So now let's take this. Something was very weird there. This is definitely not going to work. Okay, let's just get the basics of this first. So okay, so I know what I want to do here. I want okay, this is a better texture, first of all. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to create like a blend between the two textures. One that's a bit more, got a bit more bump to it, and then one that's a bit more soft or flat, where the vehicles, like where the tires are. Yeah. So in terms of Marvel, in terms of the render, like, I guess, are you asking how long it takes to make it, like the part that I'm doing now, or how long will it take to like turn into a real image at the end? Because those are definitely very different. Yeah, making. So I am a little bit of a stupid person. Like, I can't do simple stuff. So I tend to take a long time to do my work. Plus, I'm not like new to this. Like, it's been 4 years now, but I'm still learning as I go. And I think that I've sometimes taken months and months to make stuff. The goal with this series, though, is to do them in a single session, which I think, like, I set my minute probably 2 hours, my max at 5. So we're at just over 3 now. So like, I won't go any longer than 2 more hours on this one, and then I'm going to stop. but yeah, I mean, it all depends on what it is and how, like, the complexity. This one I think is hopefully going to be like a lot of work up front, and then when we actually do the render, it's going to be quick, or it's going to be, when we get to the final stage, it's going to like come together quickly. And then render, like for something like this, because there's so many trees, like I'll probably let it go overnight when I think I've got something. Okay, so I'm already like a little bit thinking about my technique here, whether I'm doing the right thing. Okay, so what I'm thinking about is this issue that I had previously when doing these. So, okay, I can't help myself. I have to just try something here. So I have this road. Curves to road thing. It was an old Blender. It's an old Blender. Add-on from like a long time ago, and I've modified it, and I typically use it for my road system, and I just have to decide whether it's the right thing or not to do. So let's just give it a try and see what happens. So basically, if I go in here, I think this shrink wrap thing is going to be a bit of a major issue, but we'll find out. And we can end up just like getting rid of that shrink wrap. I also think that maybe the resolution is going to be part of that problem that we'll have to fix. Okay, let's just try this. So add modifier, geometry nodes. Let's pick this curbs to road. We just want the roads. Yeah, and I do think we're going to have to... Okay, let's try that. There we go. It just, I don't know what it is about this. I think it's just the way that the profile slopes down into the ground. I think this is just going to be better, and I can just adjust the material. And this is kind of the process that I've wanted to use anyway. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring the width down, not like that. Right, so back to what we kind of had it before. I don't think we're going to be able to do this part out. That's the only issue. But I can see. I can't remember what this fall off is. Okay, so now what I want to see here is I want to grab this material and let's go to Polygon and see what they have for roads, because I have credits there. I just need like a really this feels pretty good. See how this looks. Oh, it did not do anything. Why did that not do anything? Okay, it's pretty close. There's a bunch of stuff that I could do to clean this up. That's weird. Where did that blank come from? Okay, this is where I'm going to try. I'm going to try this. So now I'm just looking for kind of like a gravel, like a mixed, yeah, like something like this. Like you can't see this, but it's basically gravel ground. So what I'm going to try, okay, so I'm going to just try is this bottom layer. We're going to grab tool. We're going to grab the gravel. Okay, and then the same problem. We're going to go into this. We're going to go to vertex paint. We're going to set a new color. We'll go back, set this to color, and see if we get that texture. We did not. So go back to vertex paint. There we go. Okay. Okay. So again, same thing. It looks ridiculous right now, but my hope is that it won't when I'm done. It's like, I'm not sure I'm going to need all this right now. Okay. So yeah, no problem, Marvel. Like when it's done, I'll post the full the full thing, and you can take a peek if you're curious. But yeah, if you ever have any questions about 3D stuff or hang out, let me know. And if you're working on something, you got like a YouTube channel or something cool that I can check out, let me know. Like just drop me a little note in here, and I can go check it out. Okay, I'm still a little bit worried about mixing this, but I'm gonna just sort of try some things. So, I mean, the thing about this is I can add a ton of geometry to this, and I can even start to displace it and see what kind of detail we can get coming out of this. So maybe we'll try this now. This may have been where it was been smart to use so I'm going to call this terrain scatter, and I'm going to turn this one off and bring this one back, and I'm going to change this to 2 layer blank. I'm going to call this material terrain. Okay. Yeah, no worries. Just if you do have anything, I check it out. Okay. And now this is going to be interesting. We're just going to see how this works. So if I add subdivision, no, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, I don't think that this is going to do. I mean, this is where like an Unreal Engine thing comes in, is really what I want to do. Can you do does multi-res work for this? I don't know if this is really going to help me. I don't need to sculpt or anything. I mean, the thing is, most of this is going to be worst case, I take this road. When I convert this to mesh, I just smooth it on the sides. I add, worst case, I can add like a normal, like a transfer between this and this. I need to see how this looks with grass. The color on this road is a huge issue. Okay, a lot of that's coming from the world. It's pretty aggressive, actually. I don't know why there's so much, but I should be really testing this like this. Have a good night. Which fucking one is it? This is a waste of time. What did I have fucked up here before? Okay, I don't know why I'm wasting time with this right now. I'll figure out this lighting after the colors. Okay, so texture-wise, it's not the worst. What I wanted to do was get okay, there's a bunch of stuff here I want to do. Like I want to indent that road all the way down, which I could do with a texture map, or I could just convert this damn thing. This is like the part of the program where yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. It's going to cause all sorts of chaos with these UVs. maybe we can do it. Okay, yeah, we would have to do that after. Oh man. I'm having flashbacks to something. Okay. I know this looks awful, but I know the process here of what I want to do, and I have multiple options to do this road. I can paint on the landscape, add a bunch of subdivision, change the texture to a blend between concrete and dirt, do some vertex painting all along here, and I think I'd have like a nice seam. There would be no edges. Everything would look good. But I don't want to go through that process until I know that I have how the trees look and the grass look, because a lot of this stuff is not even relevant. It's only relevant right here. So I think the better thing to do would be just get the trees going now, and then that's the next big thing, and then come back to the road after. I think for the most part, even though it looks bad with this lighting, I feel like the road I've got, at least like there's something here I can work with after. So let's try to get these trees done quickly, and then let's come back to this. So let's just start getting the trees. So basically what I'm going to try to do is go search for the trees and try to get this as close as I can. I have a ton of trees from different packs and stuff, so I'm going to just kind of look around here first and see what I have that's close. So we can actually bring this up because I've got, and I can bring this to, where is our view? So right off the bat, something like this looks right for the left tree. I need something a little bit more exposed for that right tree. Let's see if there's anything that's got a bit more branch that's close, but not. This is pretty close actually for that back tree. Okay, let's grab some of these just to kind of see how this starts to look. This is kind of annoying, but I figure where that tree is that I just selected. Like, why does I have it here? There it is. Okay. Let's just bring this. Just gonna bring a couple of these in. We can always edit this stuff after. And then let's try this one for the right. And then that first one that I had on the left was like maybe even this. Okay. And then I'm going to look up what these actual trees are in England and see. So now, because we've got our proxies in here, we can just grab, this is the first one, and we'll just copy location. And then I'm going to start this. Just, it may not have enough, but maybe layering 2 trees in with it could do it. Okay, then this one. Nope. Fuck. Oh well. Okay, these are probably not the right trees, but at least we have something. I wonder how good AI would be at identifying trees. Let's just see for fun. I wonder if there's like a custom GPT that someone's... Huh, interesting. How do you search for... That's pretty interesting. It worked. English oak or seesaw oak. Okay, let's see. Do we have any of these? Okay, oak. So they have them by their like Cricus row. Okay, so these are all I should learn more about. These are pretty, that's pretty good. Okay. This one is a pretty solid match for this over here. I'm getting rid of these guys. It looks, I mean, we can't really see it, but once we get some bushes in there, that just feels right. I need something with like the branches a little bit exposed. Is that the same one? Just slightly different type. It's so thin. funny how much difference this looks with. This might work. It's not bad, honestly. Basically, and then I just got to hit that tree in front. So we use that one there. We use this one. No, we used this one. This is D. D summer. Maybe this guy. This guy. No, that's not the right leaves. I just hate to offset that tree like that. It also could be another one of these with just a different. Remember if there's like a manual way to change. I think there's a better tree. I just can't think about it. Okay, so we need something halfway between. Maybe this will do it. No, this is not enough coverage. It's definitely. I think we probably had it. It just sucks. It's just slightly. Let's just go with this for now, and then we'll sort of adjust. Yeah, okay, let's just keep this for now. Okay, because we've got a lot to do. Okay, let's take a look at the grass situation. Man, kick sucks for spam. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this grass. So we're probably going to need a couple. So let's go into... So what I'm going to do is going to do final proxies. I don't know what we call these. Textured. Okay, and then so we keep the same thing. Okay, so long grass. Get rid of that. Okay, so let's just bring this in. And let's just bring it right in front of the camera so we can kind of get a feel for it. I definitely think that works. I think probably... a bit of this. I mean, that's probably already looking pretty good between the two of those. Get a bit of long and maybe a bit of this. We'll obviously randomize a bunch of the colors, but that'll kind of help a little bit too. Maybe this. Yeah, I think between these four. Okay, so let's buckle up and see what happens here. So first of all, where are these trees? So we're just getting rid of all this stuff here. Okay. So this is where I'm going to run into issues if I'm going to crash anything. But hopefully it's not that bad. Okay, so this is the technique that I'm hoping pays off. So remember, we have a terrain that's set up for scatter, which is this one here. And what we can do now is we can go into GeoScatter, and we can, there's a way to turn off the emitter. Where is that setting? I feel like that should be right at the top. Oh, I could have. Oops. I could have just used that. I'm so stupid. Well, whatever. It's basically it's probably going to be faster anyway. Where is the hide emitter? Okay, let's just see what happens if we bring in long grass and we hide. Okay, so we can just hide it this way. Okay, so now we're going to take this scatter system here and we're going to replace the object with, where is it? Instances. Okay, so now I should just be able to flip this. Okay, good. All right. So now we should be able to start to mess with the distribution. And I think what we can do is we're going to want to get rid of okay, this would be I know, I'm going to play with that after. We can bring this in. This will be fine. Okay, what I'm looking for is camera distance culling. It's like under visibility. Yeah, so this is good. So, you know, we can kind of play with this number, but this is, I think, really helpful, right? So sort of just getting rid of this stuff kind of as we get away from the camera, we can play with this number after. And then I think this part we're just going to, let's just get this working first, and then we can adjust that. So, all right, so let's go random scale. I can't remember how this works. I remember this for like you can push the grass to the sides. I don't think this is helping though. Something's gonna crash this damn thing. Okay, so this is pretty close. I'm not worried about the color yet. But what there's two ways. Like I can move this over, but there's a way that thing that we were doing before around. Yeah, around like object repel. Let's try this again. So see, it's sort of fading the grass nicely here, but it's just too. And I really only want it on this side. I want it to be full to that side because we're going to put those bushes in. You don't want to go crazy with this. I don't know. I don't think this is going to help. That's interesting. So like what you kind of want here, and I'm trying to remember if there's what the right way to do it is. Let me find this thing first. Okay, so road mesh active. So if we flip this to road mesh active, then I don't have to worry about calculating for everything else in that. It's just going to have the road. Okay. Minimal. So if I bring this down to 0.2, yeah, okay, it should go. This is what it was looking for. So see this thing right here. Okay, so hopefully this works. So I want to impact the scale because the grass is too big. So I'm not even sure I want to do so much the density side. You can tell this is very, very heavy. But I want to see what happens with the scale. And the normal is going to be, I think the normal is going to be which way it's facing. That I don't think, I think the tangent. But see, I don't know what this actually, I don't know if this, like, I don't know how it would know which way this grass is. The only thing I could think of is if I take the grass and if I took the grass and made sure the grass was like lined up. But we're close. We'll figure this out. This is just like a number game and a seed to kind of line this up with the grass all the way down. Yeah. Okay, let's not mess with this too much because I think we can get this cleaned up after. Okay, let's kill the grass because it's heavy, and let's do these bushes. So here for this one, I'm going to do the same thing. This is pretty good. See if it gets the shrubs. Wow. Okay, blackthorn. Okay, so let's see if any of these are in my in my list. Okay, botanic. Okay, so that is that one. So there's a bunch of these. Okay, so that's sort of suggesting that, oh, that's, no. No, these are all trees. I think this made more sense. They're definitely not bigger than a person. But maybe something like this looks pretty good. You know, if this is along here, I'd feel pretty good about that. I would say these are pretty uniform on both sides. So I might just go with this for now and see. So let's go into textured. Let's bring this guy into shrubs. Let's change this to shrubs, textured, and let's just roll with it. So let's go to shrubs. Let's go here. And let's go. Let's see what we get. Perfect. Nailed it. Okay, so let's fix the scale first. Let's go 0.5. I think that might be all we need to do. Yeah. Oh, perfect. Okay. So I think we're probably in pretty good shape here. So let's go down to 0.2. Too small. So the one thing I might have kind of messed up is there's definitely a line of shrubs on each side. And then whether or not, like, I think there's like a line on each side to deal with. And then I think this is probably maybe just like longer grass. But that's okay. We can fix that. So let's focus on the right side. Again, the greens on all this is off because of the lighting. That's just kind of as a double check. Yeah, obviously there's no light here, but yeah, this is gonna work. Okay, so scene world. Okay, let's fix the left side because I'm not convinced that. Hey, I like cheese. Thanks for jumping in. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to go to these boundaries. Okay, let's do a little save. And then I'm just going to see what happens if I start editing this on the fly. Yeah, it's going to suck. Okay, let's turn this off. I wish there was a way. There's like a way to select. No. I got to think of, because if this was an edge, this would be easy to do, but. All right, so I'm just going to turn this off. There we go. I can kind of adjust these. Okay. All right, so now let's go. Let me just get the music back. Okay, so now let's go. First of all, let's just bring this down for a second to see it. Okay, so I gotta figure that out after. All right, let's go. So I think we're trying to kind of limit this on the left side. I'm trying to limit this to be, so there's not really enough room for it to do more than one. Not sure why the density on the left looks so different than the one on the right. There's a duplicate maybe. Also not sure why these are not. Oh, camera call. Maybe I need to just adjust that. Yeah, I guess like a little bit wider. Okay, and then I think we can put the density up here. The ones on the left look, but I honestly think, I know I shouldn't do this, but I honestly think this has something to do with the camera angle too. May end up putting one of these in. Feels a little bit better. It does adjust pretty well though. It's pretty good. This just might be a seed thing. Yeah. Okay, I think this is good. Let's put the grass. I think we want to put the grass in on both sides. So here's the grass now. Definitely want a bit more height. I think maybe we're just going to take these. I think I'm just going to take these shrubs and I'm just going to offset them. And there needs to be a faster way to find this stuff. Okay, where would that be? Offset. Okay, that looks a little better. And then bring the grass back. I'm going to run the grass down both sides and I'm going to probably just fix this area here. So, okay, here's a good test. I'm going to take this grass. We're going to go to long grass boundary. And we're going to literally just open this up, hit A, and we're going to duplicate the entire thing to this side of the road, and we're going to scale it on the by -1. No, can we? You think about this, because it should really be the opposite. Okay, no, probably better off just to adjust it if it needs to be adjusted. Okay. I'm going to I'm going to just mess with I don't know which one of these is. Oh, see, stupid. I could have used all that. Although it gets kind of tricky. I want to do is I want to have taller grass. See, this is what I don't quite understand what this is doing. Let's see. Oh, that's not what we want. Yeah, there's not enough. Okay. This may end up working without. I'm gonna see what this goes. Like maybe we would just offset a bit, because it's those long pieces of grass that are always a problem. They're like very wide, and they basically just cover the road. These ones that go straight up, or this might not be bad. This is probably going to be a bit of a heavy, but let's see what happens if we. If we bring this down to like 75, because again, it's like so far away. 25. Yeah, you can barely notice it. 100. Still too much. It's so much just to update this stuff. That's why kind of getting those proxy things locked in was kind of helpful. Also think I think I'm going to be able to get away with not this grass is still too big. Oh, I changed the wrong one. That's why. All right, we're getting close here. I think we're gonna do is we're gonna get the trees in the background, and we're gonna do a grass texture on one side and a gray. We're not gonna do any kind of scatter system. Doesn't make any sense. And then we're gonna kind of see how this looks with a render. All right. There's all the sorts of tweaks like in the front that I want to do in the road, but I just want to kind of get a feel for what this looks like. So the shrubs need to be 0.5, maybe 0.55. I don't know how these numbers work. I don't know if that's probably the amount off of the original. It's just the number is 0.33 is what throws me off. And then this grass needs to go back to 1. And let's see how this looks, long grass. Okay, that's not too bad. The grass color is going to be pretty solid. These shrubs, I'm not sure about. So let's go into... Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm getting close, hopefully to the end. My eyes are starting to hurt. But yeah, I appreciate the follow. Thanks very much. It's this grass is the problem. What I can just do is I can lock it in. I can like hide half of it, but I did something here, I think, to mess this up. Right. I push it up into the air. Just the density now seems so off. I think pushing it down even 0.2 meters, it's just pushing it below. Yeah, I think that's what it is. So I don't think I can do that. Let's bring that back. I think that's going to be like, even just maybe placing some random objects along here might be better. I do think there's just maybe a bit too much of that. There's all sorts of stuff here I could do. Okay, I can't waste too much more time on this, but I think this one is a little bit too. Okay, this is good. This is good for now. There's a bunch of tweaks and stuff I can do, but I think this is solid. Okay, so let's do some texture for this field. I think this is probably not going to be needed, these things. So I think what I want to do is turn on vertex paint. And I'm going to go, wait, can I do instead, can I do colors for this? I'm trying to remember. Let's try this. Red on this side. Green on this side. I don't think I'm going to have to do really much else. Maybe just, yeah. Maybe basically right up to the road. It's not going to matter. Okay, we got red on that side. We just need to fill in the green. Okay, that was obviously a big fade. Just make sure that I didn't. Okay. Let me see. I've never actually done this. This is going to be interesting. All right, let's go back to shader. So let's see if we can pick color. And can we pick separate color? Take this color, switch this. No. Yes. And then let's just try this for a second. I should have just done this. Shoot. Make sure it's working first. Principal, BSDF, duplicate. Okay. Okay, sweet. Okay, so that I think got the red, and then let's just do another one of these, and then let's do a third, and let's just make this blue for now. Let's go in here, and then for factor, I know, stupid to do. Perfect. Okay, so this is gonna work. Okay, so what do I need? I need basically just a green grass texture. Okay, so let's do this. Grass. It's gonna be heavy, but maybe we can just use the same texture. It's actually kind of nice. Clovers actually may work for this, because there's a bit more texture in that, and you know, it's from distance anyway. Okay, let's see how this looks. Okay, so what we want is we're trying to switch between three textures. I guess it's going to be a bit of a. I'm going to have to move this up to do it. Okay, so let's go grass here. Tool. Clover. So now let's go this material mix. Let's bring this down into here. Now, what did we do for vertex paint? Okay, so we did this red. So really, actually, we want clover here. And I think, let's just do a test. So if I flip this in here, we should have clover on this side. Okay, we do. Perfect. Okay, so let's go fix up the clover. Let's see what it looks like from distance. It's not great. There we go. Grass specular is always a problem. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Honestly, it's not. Let's see what happens if we bring in a bit of a variation. It's hard to even see if that's doing anything. Oh, this is why. You know what? I'm overthinking this. This is fine. Okay, so that's the grass on this side. And then I think we can get away with just, let's just duplicate this grass to this side. Let's get rid of this one. Let's get rid of this one. Okay, and then for this one, so we're mixing in here, and then this one, We're going to mix in that, and we're going to do the green, which we did. And the shader that we want is not this, or this, or this. In fact, what we want is this one, and if this works, the right side should turn green. Maybe we switch this. No. Oh, sorry, this one. Yeah, okay, so, okay, this is good. But with this one, what we want is saturation to be like 50. Why is that happening? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we just need a... Yeah, this is what we need. Okay. This is closer. There we go. That's it. Yeah, I don't think we need to go any crazier than that. We'll lock this in with once we get all the lighting and everything right. Okay, so now we just need the middle. So, okay, now I gotta think about this because I did this a little bit weird. So this is my main. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Actually, we don't need this at all. We don't need this. Okay, so what do we have? Okay, so if this is the primary shader and we separate the color, we make this the factor, and we take this guy, and this is only here when it's red. And then we take this one, whatever this is, this one, This guy goes to here. This guy goes to here. Nope. Here. This guy goes to here. That should be it. Yep. Perfect. Double check. No. Okay, we did one thing wrong. What did we do wrong? Oh, I see. Okay, this is this one. This should be the green. There we go. Gray, green, this. Colors are a little bit wonky, but we can tweak those after. Let's just bring all this back to normal because I think that's probably overcompensation here. 100 here. Okay, green on the left, trees, grass, thing. Okay, we're really close. We just got to add those background trees, and then I think we can get into that final tweaking and stuff after. And then we can light it and render. All right. Okay, let's do the trees. So we want to scatter a bunch of other trees just kind of throughout the background. And now that we've got a bit of a line here, I think that mouse scroll wheel is driving me crazy. All right, so let's regroup. So we already have our tree. Our background trees. Okay. And we actually know that we're not using oh, that might have been a mistake. Okay. Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's turn these trees back on. And then with these trees, what we need is, I almost think it's this tree right here. I think we're going to use the same one. So we're just going to grab this guy here. Let's say this one and this one. You know what? Let's just scatter all three. See how it looks. So let's just change this to I feel like instances should be right at the top. Trees main. Nailed it. Okay, so let's go scale down to 1. It's not bad already. Let's bring our instances. Okay. What if we could just do as a count, maybe? No, that doesn't seem to work very well. Okay. Where were we? So I think the size is off for sure. I still don't quite understand how that works. That actually looks pretty good. Okay, whatever that's doing, that looks solid. And then I would say maybe even 0.08. Honestly, this is pretty good. I think I just have to play with, like from a camera, it's just that little set. And there's this weird gap here. What is with kick? This is unbelievable. I don't know what is causing that gap there. The scale of these is maybe a little bit off, so okay, let's go. Is why that one spot. It's not bad. Okay, I'm kind of digging that. I think that pretty much solves it. So now let's take a look at the grass and this. I think we're down to lighting and that road. Okay. So here's what I'm seeing and thinking. Like, there's obviously, we got to fix the grass culling. There's a bit of, we need to think maybe with these trees we need a bit smaller and a bit more density. These ones look really good back here, but probably the same thing. The colors are off. On this is trees not perfect. And then I really got to fix this road. All right, I think I'm going to do is I'm going to spend another maybe 5 to 10 minutes just sort of tweaking this a bit. And then I'm going to just do a render overnight and see where this is at. And like, it's going to be just like a bunch of tweaking. Nothing that exciting, and then I'll sort of just kind of wrap it up with that. Make a couple changes or fixes tomorrow, and then I'll post the final result. So what I want to do here is just kind of see okay, even that makes a huge difference. We could even try the transfer on that too. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. I don't know why that was. What I'm trying to do is create that little ridge. Yeah, I was going to see if I could create the little kind of ridge to kind of have the grass, but I just realized that I'm using a different emitter for this. I'm using, so this may end up not working. I'm kind of curious if I let the terrain go over a little bit, how that's going to look. I don't know what the deal is with this. I don't know why that's glitching so much like that, but I just forget what the shortcut is for that. Yeah, I think that. Well, I think that's still going to make a big difference. I don't know what the deal is with this though. What the heck? I swear I've never understood sculpting in Blender. It never does what you think it's going to do. And then you get that. Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's try that. Okay, that's pretty solid. I don't know how much this is going to mess up the... Well, I definitely could have done that a lot better. Okay. I keep wanting to just stop this, but because now there's just, it's the attention to detail and it's just the time. I think that I'm going to do is, because even the colors of some of this stuff, I feel like, what is going on? There's just so many, so much. I think this grass is really. And I think if I give myself, you know, some time here, I mean, there's, and off the top of my head, it adjusts the tree brightness, add a bit of depth of field to the camera, fix this grass, add a bunch of, probably going to add like a bunch of manual plants, like just like scatter a bunch of stuff on the side. Fix this road. Yeah, then hey, Lysandra, don't do what I'm doing then. This is the worst. This, not by choice, this for this one, but there's just, this is going to be just, this is disaster on any kind of PC. Yeah, so basically at this point it's down to yeah, it's down to the hue on the trees, fixing this grass up to be much more kind of dense, and especially along here. The road right now kind of just looks like a dirt road, so I think that's just like a texture color thing to lock that in. The rest of this needs a bit of detail, like gap, like something underneath here to block the color. Oh, God, kick is killing me. And then I'm just gonna kind of see how this looks now. So let's do two more quick things, and then I'm gonna hit the render, and then I'll use that to kind of make my decisions tomorrow on what I need to change. So quick depth of field. We'll show the focus plane. I have a feeling if I add any kind of, I might have to use miss pass for this one. Yeah, this is probably fine. Yeah, I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to do the miss pass and then do a render here. And yeah, we'll see what it is. I'll make some changes tomorrow, and then I'll share this on the next episode, the final result before yeah, I post it online. But I say there's a few more things to do, but I'm kind of happy with where at least it is at this moment. And yeah, that's only been, I don't know, 5 hours. So thanks for tuning in. I'm going to try to do this probably once a week. Pick a random scene and go, and I'm going to slowly work on getting to a point where I've got some techniques down that I can do this in, you know, much less than 5 hours. So thanks for tuning in, and see you guys next week.